All right, folks, welcome back to Bowl TV for continued coverage of the 2018 Intercollegiate Singles Championships Sectional Qualifier taking place in Stratford, New Jersey. 30 Strike is the name of the bowling center. I'm Aaron Smith with USBC Communications, and we are ready for our women's 6-game block. Finished up with the gentlemen a little bit earlier today. We got their 6 games in. We'll get you a recap of all of their excitement. Matt Russo from Weber International, the leader in the men's field. We have our 24 players for the men's field all settled from our 4 sectionals taking place across the country. Smyrna, Tennessee, Fairview Heights, Illinois, and Dallas, Texas. But we're in New Jersey. We're kicking off first because we're the only ones on the Eastern time zone. So that's how we do things over here. So we're getting about an hour head start ahead of everyone else. So we appreciate you stopping by here, and if you're going to go check out the other sectionals as they become available, of course, please do so. Also on Bowl TV, you'll find the Dallas and the Fairview Heights sectional qualifiers, and on Inside Bowling, you will be able to find the event from Smyrna, Tennessee. So a lot of collaboration coming together to make this all happen. So shout out to all those folks working hard to do that. Emil Williams Jr. in Fairview Heights, Craig Elliott in Dallas, and Mike Flanagan in Smyrna, Tennessee. We'll knock out a few quick questions in the chat before we start. Is it the same oil pattern as the guys used? I have no idea. Not because I'm not diligent and because I was lazy and during the break and ate a hamburger, but we really don't know. So that's one of the aspects of the postseason is we don't know the pattern, so it could be the same pattern, couldn't be, but we do not know. All right, we're back on it. Looking back, yes, the oil pattern will not be released until sometime next week, so that goes for all the sectionals, singles, teams. So the players essentially have 10 minutes of practice to figure out what they're going to do, how they're going to attack whatever pattern's out there, and of course amass as many pins as they can in 6 games to hopefully earn a spot in the Intercollegiate Singles Championships. A total of 24 players from across the country will qualify, 7 specific here from Stratford. Taking a look at the men's standings for their 6 games. Matt Russo of Weber International paced the field, made his move in Game 3 with a 275 effort. Pretty much cruised from there on his way to a 1381 total to lead the way. 7 qualifiers also came from Stratford on the men's side. Thomas Wisniewski from Stevens Tech was 2nd overall. Andrew Dukowski from William Patterson. Michael Rubin from SUNY Stony Brook. Adam Glickman from Weber. Matthew Miller from Concordia, and Evan Baranecki from Weber rounded out the 7 players advancing from New Jersey. Question about how the hamburger was? It was good. Hit the spot. So I'm ready for 6 games here. Shout out to Joe and his staff here at 30 Strikes. Just an awesome crew. Can already tell this is going to be a fun time coming out here every year. These guys know how to take care of not only us, but I know these student athletes are going to be having a great opportunity here as well in Stratford, New Jersey. We'll go from region to region in just a few minutes. Let you know the 24 folks on the men's field who have punched their ticket to Lincoln, Nebraska for next month at Sun Valley Lanes. But if you don't have the patience for that, you scroll down a little bit below the video, you'll see the description. If it says show more, go ahead and click on that and you'll see something that says results and more. That will take you to a page that's kind of our headquarters, our one-stop shop here this weekend for everything ISC and ITC sectional qualifier related. All the live stream links, all the results, lane schedule, and more. Or if you don't want to scroll all the way down there, you can just type in another tab, of course, bowl.com/sectionals. I'm going to add it in the chat as well. The place for scores. So if you weren't listening right now and wondering why that popped up, that'd probably be weird. But hopefully you're enjoying the occasionally stellar commentary. Since we're sailing into game 1 here, let's take a minute and meet our competitors. Similar setup to what we had earlier behind lanes 29 through 32. 7 players on a pair. As you can see on the scoreboards, players don't have their names up there, just A, B, C, D, E, F, G, so we'll read them off as such. On lane 29, bowler A is Julie Bianco from Monmouth. 29B, looking to clean up the 610, is going to be Mackenzie Wagner from Malloy. Alexandria Dick from Notre Dame, Ohio is 29C. And Trina Gladstone from Siena Heights is 29D. Moving over to 30. Player E is Jessica Pate from Concordia. Olivia Laird from Delaware State. Just capped off the 3 in a row. And getting ready to step up in the 30G is Indiana Tech's Ashley Everett. Excuse me there. Over on 31 and 32. 31A is Elizabeth Ireland from Concordia. 31B, Caitlin Johnson from Weber International. 31C, Taylor Hayden from Moorhead State. 31D from Sacred Heart, Sarah Morris. 32E from Long Island is Patricia Kelly. 32F from Sacred Heart is Rachel Bamford. And from Bowling Green State, 32G is Rachel Bianculli. So these players will move to a different pair for every game. How's the weather? Not warm. Thanks for joining us, Mr. Tang. Thanks to everybody for joining us here on Bowl TV. We hope you not only got to visit Stratford today, but Smyrna, Fairview Heights, and Dallas as well. Once again, those guys will be starting up in just a little bit. The perks of being in the Eastern Time Zone: get to start first and get to finish first. So we will have that advantage over everyone else. We'll be relaxing by the time those other guys finish up, but we will be putting together the story with the full recap of everyone Have that on bowl.com and social media a little bit later tonight. Yes, the weather was a bit of an issue coming into town. Pretty big snowstorm hit on Wednesday, but luckily the fine folks in Philadelphia and New Jersey quite adept to dealing with snow. Warmed up a little bit, so arrival Thursday was not too bad. Still plenty of snow, but you can get a nice change of pace from going inside the bowling center to taking a quick jaunt outside to let you know you're alive. Quite an interesting scoring pace during the men's block. We saw a lot of big scores kind of early on, especially here on our featured pairs. And the scoring pace kind of dropped off, kind of in the game 3, 4, or 5 range, at least here on our featured pairs. So we'll see how this pattern breaks down. Generally, the female players will be a little bit closer to playing the same area on the lane compared to what we saw with the guys. We saw a variety of angles. Means it should break down pretty evenly across the 50 lanes in play. Center here, 30 strikes is actually 80 lanes total. But the first 52 have a newer surface. The last 28 have an old school vintage feel to them. Definitely a cool aspect. I'd be intrigued to see 6 games of qualifying on that. That would, it might open up a little bit wood surface down there. All right, settling into game 1 of 6 here. Women's qualifying for the Intercollegiate Singles Championships. Our defending champion, Sydney Brummett, will be competing shortly in the Dallas, Texas sectional, taking place at USA Bowl. In the men's field, our defending champion Nick Pate has graduated, so he has, or we will have a new champion on the men's side, as we mentioned. We'll get to know all 24 players. We already mentioned Stratford, New Jersey. Matt Russo leading the way. Thomas Wisniewski from Stevens Tech. Andrew Dukowski, William Patterson, Michael Rubin from SUNY Stony Brook. Adam Glickman from Weber International. Matthew Miller from Concordia, and Evan Baranecki from Weber, all advancing. Let's see who else advanced across the country. Over in Smyrna, Tennessee, Brian Bourget from Robert Morris, Illinois, led all qualifiers over at Smyrna Bowl. 1376 was his 6-game total. 7 players total from Smyrna. David Eggert and Christopher Wiley from Wisconsin Whitewater. Hunter Kempton from Lincoln Memorial. Chase Benitez and Kenny Ryan from Robert Morris, Illinois. And Martin Methodist Brandon McGinnis round out your 7 qualifiers from Tennessee. From Fairview Heights, St. Clair Bowl, Calumet's Tyler James led the way. Fired .257 his final game to move into the top spot. Michael Coffey of Lindenwood, who made the semifinals of the ISC last year, who's going to have a chance to better that performance. 13:36 to finish second overall. Tommy Takaz from Vincennes. Roger Harford, there we go, from Waldorf. Jordan Shepard from Marion, and Jeff Holden from Calumet also advancing out of Fairview Heights. And finally to Dallas, 3 out of the 4 from Wichita State, led by Wesley Lowe Jr. Also from Wichita State, Cortez Schenk and Joseph Grondin finishing 3-4. Charlie Reed, the lone non-Wichita State representative from Dallas, Texas, finished second overall out of McHenry. So there were your 4. And that's our 24-player field. Just like that. So we know those good folks. For 6 games, we'll know the women's side as well. We are still in the very early goings here once again. Just game 1, the 6-game block. So everyone settle in. Gonna be a nice, nice quiet Friday here on Bull TV. Of course, all the excitement. Begin to pick and choose which sectional you like to watch. So very cool. First time for us. We've done sectionals before, but only just 1 at a time. So all 4, brand new thing for 2018. So if you're watching, you're part of history. How about that? If you want to see if your favorite competitors or schools are heading to our featured pairs, once again, we're behind lanes at 29 through 32 here in Stratford. If you scroll down just a little bit below in the description area, results and more, the link right there, that'll take you to a place. We have lane assignments posted. So games 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all there. So if a player has 29, 30, 31, or 32 next to their name at any point, that means they're going to be right here on a Bowl TV. We hope to get the team lane order in up at tomorrow as well. So that's I believe teams actually get to pick what number they are in the schedule ranking essentially. So teams are assigned a number. So the schedule's already kind of figured out. Just got to figure out what team is what number. So if we get that aligned in time, we'll have that up for Saturday and Sunday for the ITC portion of sectionals. Question in the chat about the oil pattern. We do not know once again. Mystery pattern until next week. Question mark, hyphen Stratford. We do need to think of unnamed name patterns for these patterns we don't know until afterwards, but that is a kind of been a commonplace here on the USBC collegiate scene for the past few years, where competitors do not receive the pattern information until the tournament essentially is complete. For sectionals, we will post the patterns next week on bowl.com. But right now, these players just had 10 minutes. They had already, essentially you couldn't adjust surface once practice started, so any surface adjustments had to happen prior to the 10-minute practice, so got to complete the best lineup you can as far as equipment. Players are limited. And then from there, it is a matter of great shot making, great communications. Obviously, many of these players have teammates out in the lanes as well. Reading the transition and just making great shots along the way. It's the easiest way to learn something about the pattern is make good shots, see what the ball's doing, and take a look in the bag if you need to make a change, make a move, tilt, axis rotation, speed, whatever it may be. These are the moments these players have been working for all season, not only managing studies at their respective universities and colleges, but the practice time on the lanes, getting sharp, getting ready, having all the necessary tools, said necessary a lot there. But yes, having all the tricks essentially to be able to navigate any pattern. See what they can do in this 6-game sprint. Great question in the chat there. I think they make the same. We'll just say small axis rotation changes like Earl does going for 900, and I suppose you have to ask each and every player that to find out their ranges, but gives me a great opportunity to segue to some of the cool things we're offering here on Bowl TV nowadays. So if you don't subscribe, please do so you can get notifications. I got one today that The latest episode of Earl's Journey to 900 is up and running, so if you're unfamiliar, we have this cool enhanced automated robotic launcher at the International Training and Research Center in Arlington, Texas, used for equipment specifications mostly. Test bowling balls, pins, all the good stuff. But since it's able to repeat shots pretty well, our crew with the core decided it'd be pretty nifty to see if we could shoot 900 for a 3-game set with this robot. So Earl, named obviously after Earl Anthony, goes into it every week. They use different player profiles, trying to learn a little bit more each and every time. They've used Matt Russo, who was our winner a little bit earlier today, as well as kind of an example of a player that you could use, mostly sticking with Team USA folks, but to this point, we're still searching for that elusive 900. Haven't got 800 yet either. 796 top series, 300 high game, but if you're intrigued by robots and bowling, it really is the place to be. Bowl TV, subscribe. Do cool things like that. If you're visiting Smyrna as well today, give our good friend Mike Flanagan a subscribe as well. They should be starting about a half an hour, I would think, for the 3 other sites. Be about an hour behind us. All goes according to plan. Just about ready to start the 10th frame here on 31 and 32. Elizabeth Ireland from Concordia leaves high flush 7-pin to kick things off. Another nice shot there from Sarah Morris from Sacred Heart. She's going to have an opportunity to shoot 269 this game. She can add 3 more strikes in the 10th. Elizabeth can get to 163 this game. Oh. I lied. Did not make the spare the advertised way. So 152 in the books for her. Caitlin Johnson fishing for those first few frames, but has found a look. Moving to a similar part of the lane as Sarah Morris. Now working on 4 in a row. Trisha Kelly from Long Island covered her spare. She can get to 179, 10-pin for Johnson. She can max out at 194. 10th frame just about underway on 29 and 30. These players do stick together throughout the course of their block, so the same 7 competitors will cross throughout the course of the 6 games. Final shot for Patricia Kelly. Finds a little bit of hold there, gets to 179. Good question in the chat from Kevin. Has a woman ever bowled at 900? We have not had that happen yet, but we've been very, very close. In fact, last year, former collegiate standout at Nebraska and PWBA Tour champion Liz Culkin came extremely close twice. And she shot 890 and 879 during the 2016-2017 USBC League season. For the 890, she shot back-to-back 300s to start before leaving an 8-pin to start game 3, covered that up and went off the sheet. In the 879, she started with the front 33, so that's 300, 300, front 9, but did not strike on her first attempt in the 10th frame. I think she left a 2-pin. Covered the spare, finished out with a strike, 879. So two very close opportunities. If you follow her on social media, she went on Facebook Live for both of those. Definitely garnered a lot of attention. It's quite cool. Sacred Heart's Rachel Bamford, final shot. She'll get to 181. Caitlin Johnson from Weber finished with 194. Taylor Hayden from Moorhead State gets the spare to finish with 160. On 31 is Rachel Bianculli from Bowling Green State. Working on a strike. She can get to 194 still. Sarah Morris from Sacred Heart. Sees her string of strikes end to start the 10th, 3-6-10, but she can still get into the 240s. A few players already in the books on 29 and 30 in the 10th frame. Julie Bianco from Monmouth, 161. Mackenzie Wagner from Malloy, 204. Jessica Pate from Concordia, 178. Olivia Laird from Delaware State, a nice 230 to start. Allie Dick from Notre Dame, Ohio, can get to 184. Ashley Everett from Indiana Tech will get to 149. Their final bowler, Trina Gladstone from Siena Heights. She'll be up after Allie finishes up. She can get to 190. Sarah Morris unable to convert. Still finishes with a nice 234 to get things underway. Final shot for Rachel, looking to finish up 194. It's going to have a chance. Runs a tad high, 192. Nice shot there from Trina from Siena Heights to kick off her 10th frame. Two more can get her to 190. Our competitors will move around. Game 2 of 6 will be coming up very, very shortly here on Bowl TV. So we'll be in game 2, right, frame or 2 in by the time we get to having Smyrna, Fairview Heights, and Dallas kick off their qualifying block. They should be starting practice in about 10 minutes. So I'll keep an eye on those guys, make sure they're not having too many issues. Hopefully nice and easy, already working. As soon as I know they're up and running, I'll let you guys know too. In fact, they may already be ahead of the game. So while we had this brief break in the action, just a reminder, this is not the only day we're here. We'll be at the respective sectional locations all day Saturday and Sunday for the Intercollegiate Team Championships sectional qualifying. 64 Baker games to determine the 16 men's and 16 women's teams advancing to the big show at Sun Valley Lanes coming up next month in April. We'll kick off the Stratford qualifying blocks. There'll be four 16-game blocks over the course of 2 days, so 32 games total, 2 blocks a day. But that first block tomorrow will kick off at 8:30 a.m. Eastern here in Stratford. The 3 other sectionals will start at 9:30 Eastern just because they are an hour away, time-wise. Remember, spring forward on Saturday night. Very important. Appreciate the kind words in the chat room. We do what we can with what we can. The real shout out belongs to our tournament director, Pat Polash, making sure we were all good to go. Joe and his staff here at 30 Strikes, making sure not only our setup was ready and raring to go, but also for the student athletes, parents, and everyone in attendance here to make sure we were all good to go across the board. And shout out to my fellow live stream gentlemen this week, Mike Flanagan and Matt Gasson in Smyrna, Inside Bowling. And on Bowl TV, Emil Williams Jr. in Fairview Heights, and Craig Elliott with Bowlstream TV in Dallas. Both of those gentlemen streaming from the Bowl TV platform. Those folks, they are the true superstars in the game here. But for right now, I'll take a quick break while I can. May clean up these cameras a little bit. Looks like 29:30. It's gotten a little out of place, but game 2 is 6. ISC Sectional qualifier from Stratford, New Jersey. Coming up next here on Bowl TV. Thanks for joining us. We appreciate the support. And coming soon, Smyrna, Dallas, and Fairview Heights.
need to tell my mom because I wanted to watch the thing. When you're on this one and that lane, they're broadcasting somewhere. I don't know, wherever the I haven't really like changed weight, which is weird, but like everyone tells me that. I haven't run since November. So like I've consistently stayed between like 118 and 130.
Have thumb tape on it.
And it fluctuates a lot sometimes because I take ADHD medication now and it suppresses my sugar. So like during the week when I'm at school, I don't really eat much until I'm like the end of the day. But like I haven't really
get a free game too.
necessarily like lost a lot of weight. So like I've actually like
Your mom asked me,
more
first she
towards
asked
the like
me, are you
130
watching
side
my
right now because I'm on.
No.
Since I'm on break, like I'm not taking my medicine, so I'm like a normal person, if not more.
Yeah, somebody want to email me. I was like, no shit, you found someone.
As long as I don't have to like
that 3 weeks
get
ago.
stuck with idiots driving on the road. Ariel was stuck in an Uber for like 4 plus hours. Because of the snow. I don't remember how much it was like.
When you strike, I'm gonna yell, go over
More
here.
expensive than usual, but we ended up tipping the guy all the money we had it for like 40 or 60 bucks just because like yeah. I had a 187. That's my friend, he's Canadian.
Give him a shout out.
Great. I'm Moran.
What's up, Mr. Bellinger?
Canadian and Canadian. Sometimes I literally call him Canada.
I'll have to get a text here next week.
That's not Canada. His name's Zach.
What do you think they'll do? Did you know this class?
These aren't actually like teams right now, like that's why we're not all match races. It's like a singles tournament that qualify for another tournament if you're like the top 7 at the tournament now. But like
It's a different grade.
most of the lane top 7 on each set. Thanks for bullshit. There's another girl on my team.
After your shot, I'm gonna go to my phone bag, get my notebook so I can write notes. I might as well bring my bag tonight. I'd rather write it down. It's easier for me if I write them down. It's just like in school. I type all my notes out in my class and I rewrite them by hand when I need to for a test because it helps me memorize. Yeah, that's all of my notes go too fast, I just type them out.
Then I'm always like, I need a bullet point here.
Come on, babe. Slight move left, take target. You got this. Coach Steven is speaking.
Do you really think I should left to what?
I think like a 1, 2, 1 left. Like the break one thing, but just like a little what, like a 4, 4.5.
What do you want my brains to be?
I haven't been around. He's as big as Dash though, but skinny. Like he's Dash size, but skinny. So Dash is a bad comparison. Or he's just really skinny.
Your dad. Come on, babe, you got this. Throw a good shot.
Closing manager now. Less excited. I don't know how much more money I get now because like we didn't actually talk about it, but I asked my boss and he said, "Don't worry, I got it." So I was making 9. I don't know what I make now. I lost my login information like years ago for seeing like our FaceTime and we have all that. Yeah. I also still need to file my taxes, so there's that too.
To the 300 plus watching, thank you for joining us here on Bull TV for continued coverage of the 2018 ISC Sectional qualifier taking place in Stratford, New Jersey. One of 4 events going on across the country. We are in game 2 of 6. As with the men's squad earlier today, we are going to get updates after every other game. So once we get through 2 games, we'll get our first update. After 4, we'll get an update, and then we'll be all done after that. A few questions in the chat about the lane pattern, and to be honest, it could be, it couldn't be. I believe in the past it's usually been different patterns, but cannot definitely say for sure because I've not seen the graphs. I do not know the pattern lengths, do not know the volume, do not know the oil being used, the shape. Only about 6 or 7 people across this great land actually know. But we will all know, starting next week, we will start posting that information, but USBC Collegiate postseason rules. No pattern information until the event is complete. Taking a look around, it appears Mike Flanagan and Matt Gasson are underway in Smyrna, Tennessee for their 6-game qualifying block. Over in Fairview Heights, Emil Williams Jr. Looks like he's in practice right now. That's up and running. Smyrna on Inside Bowling on YouTube. Fairview Heights in Dallas on Bowl TV, also on YouTube. Let's see if Dallas is underway as well, and we'll be all good then. And like clockwork, also underway, Dallas, Texas. So it looks like Dallas is going to be the quick one today. Looks like only 4 players on a pair, having a little bit smaller field out at USA Bowl. Looks like 6 on a pair. Oh no, they got 7 on a pair in Smyrna. So they'll be about the same pace as we are. So Dallas might actually finish up first. It's Fairview Heights got. Looks like Fairview Heights will have 7 on a pair. So Dallas is going to be the quick moving one today. See a question about the amount of bowling balls being able to be used, so let's verify that for you. Looks like the number of bowling balls a student athlete can use in the USBC Intercollegiate Singles Championships and Sectional Qualifiers is limited to a total of 5 bowling balls, which includes a practice and a competition. Rule 618 in the Collegiate Handbook. So that is the official number. So obviously players can use those 5 bowling balls. Probably most have a spare ball with them, so that takes 1 ball out of play. Maybe some folks using urethane. So they have that as an option as well. So with those 4 bowling balls, got to basically find a way to really round out your arsenal. Because you don't know the pattern, you don't know the length of the pattern, you're going in blind, essentially, on that aspect. And then you can only adjust surface prior to practice. I know some folks, may not necessarily big fans of that. At least let them scuff in practice. Nice cover there. But what this does is it essentially makes a player not only build a nice, complete arsenal, not only does it make them figure out the pattern based off of what they're seeing, read their ball reaction, it really tests the limitations of A, what they can do to a bowling ball. And the more versatile a player is, the better ability they have to tweak ball motion, make those small, subtle changes to create a different look. And then on top of that, just to make great shots consistently over the course of a 6-game block, transition, moving around, all those factors coming into play. So at the end of the day, that's going to determine who's going to be joining us in Lincoln, Nebraska for the ISCs, and on the team aspect, the ITCs in not so middle of April. Slightly past middle April. April 16th, first day, I believe, of practice, ISCs. There you go. More than halfway through April. Don't mind me, that happens once or twice every block. Just need to get that out of my system. But since we're in game 2, might as well take a look at our competitors here. See who is joining us here on Bowl TV. So once again, the letters on the scoreboards will represent the players. Since we don't have the names up there, but 29A is Lauren Alexander from Notre Dame, Ohio. From Duquesne, Olivia Farewell is 29B. From Felician College, 29C is Jessica Zalewski. And at 29D, Brittany Gray from St. Francis, Pennsylvania. 30E, Alyssa Pfeiffer from Penn State Berks. 30F is Kent State's Rihanna Hauser. And 30G is Bowling Green State's Brittany Hosterman. So there, those are our 7 on 29 and 30. Got Brittany up on lane 30 right now. Delivers a nice shot, 3 out of 4 to start for her. Moving over to 31 and 32. 31A is going to be Camilla Kaufman from Monmouth. 31B, Serena Bellinger from Concordia. Kayla Clark is up right now as 31C from Adrian. And 31D is Angela Kozma from Kutztown. Brittany Kinney from Indiana Tech is 32E. Jackie Evans, a past junior gold champion. Also bowling for Monmouth, 32F. And the young lady with 4 consecutive strikes is Schenectady's Lauren Piotrowski at 32G. So for any additional questions in the chat, please feel free to leave them. And of course, as we talked about, our other 3 sectionals also underway. So 4 channels of bowling to choose from between Bowl TV and Inside Bowling on YouTube. So I understand if you're going to venture off and go spend time with Emil or Craig or Mike and Matt. And I understand, it's all right. The important thing here is these student athletes having a platform out here to compete on as they move closer and closer to a national championship. And we're very, very happy and excited to be able to bring this action to you live. Just had a nice string of strikes, end at 7 in a row. One pair to our right. If you see that 610 up on lane 34, that stopped the run of Olivia Cabildo of Siena Heights. 7 for 7 to that point here in game 2. Hello to Inside Bowling, and Mike Flanagan once again stopping by. Taking a quick breather, letting Matt Gasson take the reins over in Smyrna, Tennessee. Of course, be sure to check out youtube.com/Inside Bowling to find your way to all the live streams. And of course, we're hoping you're subscribing to Bowl TV, but if you're visiting Mike in Smyrna, the least thing you can do is hit that nice red subscribe button right underneath the video. It's a hard-working man over there taking care of business. So please show him some love as well. Of course, a great asset for this weekend is going to be bowl.com/sectionals. And you can find that link in the description below the video as well, right next to results and more. Or you could just type it in, bowl.com/sectionals. Or if you're into brevity, just bowl.com, and the first thing that's going to hit you when you get there is going to be a slider that says ISC and ITC Sectionals. If you just click on that, that will take you to the same page. Not only do we have all the links to the live streams there, which archive as well after they're complete, so you don't have to go too far to check those out if you missed any of the action. We have the results, we have the overall schedule for the weekend, and we have the lane schedule so far for the men's and women's squad. Here for singles so far, we'll do our best to get the team squads up as well for Saturday and Sunday. So you can be sure to see your favorite players and teams when they make their way to Bowl TV or Inside Bowling. Early impressions on this unknown pattern. Seen some pretty nice ball reaction from players on the right side playing a little bit further out. Similar to where Jackie Evans has been attacking the lanes. Sarah Morris in game one from Sacred Heart. Caitlin Johnson moved out that way and found a nice late run to put together a nice first game. Get back to 194. As with most Nick Hoagland patterns, though, there's usually an angle or two to be played from both sides of the lane. Lauren Petrowski from Schenectady has gotten off to a nice start. 5 out of 6. She's up 31. Comes in a little bit light there, leaving the 2-4-5. Looks like we're back ready for action on 29 and 30. Good staff here, 30 strikes, taking care of business. Getting things going once again.
I'm down 72 pins now. That's it, yeah. 47 plus 25.
Getting ready for the 9th frame over on 29 and 30 RE in the 9th frame on 31 and 32. So we should be finishing up and getting into game 3 about the same time here. Coming in light on back-to-back shots. Lauren Petrowski sends all 10 back in the 9th frame. Still get to 247 this game with all 3 in the 10th. Leading the way for our players here on our featured pairs. Brittany Hosterman from Bowling Green State, which is player G on lane 30, still has 237 out there. She'll be stepping up for her 9th frame on lane 29 in just a moment. Jessica Zalewski from Felician get her 9th frame in first on lane 30. Does not get the lean on the 10 pin. Camilla Kaufman from Monmouth finishes up with 156. Brittany Kinney from Indiana Tech, 168. Jackie Evans, like she made a ball change this game. Gets that one back from way downtown. Steph Curry range right there. She can get to 207. Gonna have a clean game here. Those are the games when you kind of look back at the end of the set and you know some games more of an uphill battle than others. You know, may not necessarily getting the hits, but potentially finding the right ball choice, the right look to move on, and maybe putting together a few big games down the road. Nice clean 190 game. This challenging unknown pattern. Definitely could be a big boost when you look at the total score later on in the day. .195 finish for Evans. Serena Bellinger from Concordia looking to get to 135. Not a chance. Lauren Petrowski once again 247 her max score. Body language said she didn't like that one, and reaction would agree. Goes through the head pin. Fortunate just to leave the 10 pin up there. Over on 29 and 30. Lauren Alexander from Notre Dame, Ohio in the books with 165. Alyssa Pfeiffer from Penn State Berks, 169. Looks like Lauren actually might have tiptoed over the line there. This one's her first shot to go, I believe, so I think we have to get that 9 count corrected. Brianna Hauser from Kent State finishes with 171 on 29 and 30. Kayla Clark finishes with a 188 from Adrian College. Angela Kozma from Kutztown working on 4 strikes in a row. Be stepping up on a 31, and I think Lauren finally is ready to go. Just like 9 spare there for Lauren. Still get to 227. .213 for Brittany Hosterman from Bowling Green State on 29 and 30. Olivia Farewell from Duquesne finishes up with a 193. Felician's Jessica Zalewski will be up next. She can get to 203 still with all 3 in the 10th. 226 finish for Lauren. Angela will finish up with 195 to conclude the action on 31 and 32. I think we'll move quite rapidly here into game 3. Their bid delay to get into 2. Brittany Gray will finish things up for St. Francis, PA on 29 and 30. Trouble in the 10th, 4, 6, 7. Finish with 173. We've already started up on 31 and 32 for game number 3. So we will settle in as we wait for our competitors from 29 and 30 to get going as well for game 3. Big thanks to everyone for joining us here on Bowl TV and Inside Bowling for a weekend full of sectional singles and team action across the country. We are in Stratford, New Jersey at 30 Strikes Bowling Center. We appreciate everyone stopping by for just a little bit. I'm Aaron Smith over in Fairview Heights. We will have Emil Williams Jr. bringing you the action in Dallas. Craig Elliott from Bowlstream TV doing the honors. And in Smyrna, Tennessee, Mike Flanagan and Matt Gasson on the call on Inside Bowling. So that's the news as we start off at game 3. As soon as we have an update for scores, we are expecting them after game 2. We will get those to you as well, but everyone hang tight, settle in. Game 3 coming up next here on Bowl TV, Stratford, New Jersey.
Make sure I get it back.
God forbid I get one.
Does she need one piece? Take the whole thing. Sometimes when you have to wrap your name. What the heck, Zach? You're so unorganizing.
Put it in your backpack or not?
Nah.
Alright. Thanks.
Yep.
Alright, get ready.
All right, folks, we're still looking for an update after 3, so as soon as we get that, we will definitely let you know as we settle in here to the halfway point of our women's qualifying block at the 2018 ISC Sectional qualifier in Stratford, New Jersey. Let's meet our competitors on our featured pairs. On lane 29, once again, we'll go by the letters on the scoreboards up at the top of the screen. So that represents a particular player. 29A is Samantha DeMarco from Penn State University Park. 29B is Hannah Davis from Urbana. Hannah is up on lane 30 right now. .29C is Gabrielle Gontarek from Sacred Heart, and 29D, Alexis Case from Kutztown. 30E is Rebecca Armand from Sacred Heart. Laura Branch, a member of Junior Team USA in 2018, and part of the RIT contingent here in Stratford, is a 30F. Kind of see the sun starting to sneak in depending on where folks are standing. We are almost right in front of the main doors here. And 30G starting off with an early 3-bagger is Taylor Sturm of Notre Dame, Ohio. Moving over to 31 and 32. 31A is Michaela Lancioni from Concordia. Now has 3 consecutive strikes from Sacred Heart. 31B, Casey Smith. 31C from Felician College is Jennifer Inguli. And 31D from Duquesne is Cassidy Powers. 32E from Bowling Green State, Sarah Prince. 32F from Indiana Tech, Brianna Marquis. And a 32G from Duquesne University is Lauren Mayberry. So those are our 7 players. Have to admit, definitely a little different having the sun work its way through on lane 29 when players make their way up to the line. That's something I guess we don't necessarily see every day, but something a little different. Similar to the sun setting on a infield, an early afternoon baseball game.
Didn't pick up the placing, but that's your standing.
And our tournament director, Pat Polash, has just dropped off some standings for me. So we'll have those on site. So if you have any players in the field at the moment, or you're curious where they're sitting in the standings, just leave their name in the comment and I'll do my best to look them up. Leading overall through 2 games, Rebecca LaBelle from Schenectady, 211, 263 for 474. We mentioned Olivia Cabildo from Siena Heights, starting off with the front 7 last game, pair of 220s for her. 225, 229 has her at 454. Laura Branch on our featured pair from RIT, 444 in third. Allison Hosier from Urbana is 4th, 442. Cassidy Powers from Duquesne, 439. Marissa Land from Adrian, 437. And Melissa Balicki from Long Island, 432. Rounds out the top 7. She is tied at 432 with Catherine Persbyliski. Wow, sorry, Catherine, that did not go well. From Bowling Green State. Persbyliski. Even that might not been quite been there. Question in the chat where Taylor Sturm is sitting at in the standings. A little bit further down, we actually don't have the places listed here on this sheet of paper, but she is at 387 for her 2 games. Once again, 432 the cut for the top 7. After 2 games. So definitely a lot of time for folks to move around the standings in hopes of going up. But yes, if you have any other players, please let me know. I will be more than happy to read those off until we get those up online. And if you know how to correctly pronounce some of the names I may not be pronouncing oh so well, I would not be offended. If you help me out in the chat as well. All right, a few more names in the chat here. Kay is asking about Brittany Hosterman, who we saw last game. Brittany is at 374 for her 2-game total. Marissa Carey. From Indiana Tech, pretty consistent so far, 192 and 191. She's at 383. Once again, the sheet I was given had the placements cut off, so but score is still relative. Looking at that 432 number for 7th at the moment, so plenty of time for competitors to make their move up the standings. So they get more familiar not only with 30 strikes here in Stratford, New Jersey, but also as they get more comfortable with this unknown lane condition. Mentioned Laura Branch was sitting in 3rd place overall. Looking to maintain and possibly creep up an extra spot or two in the standings if she continues her current pace. Looking solid through 7 frames. We are starting the 9th frame over on 31 and 32. Jamie, thank you so much. Shabilski. Seems so much easier than I made it. So I appreciate the help there. Once again, I am definitely enjoy the help in those situations. Hearing some applause down on the low end of the house. So we might have had a big score down on the low end. Let's see if we can run that down real quick as we wrap up game number 3 here. All right, the big roar from the low end of the house. It's courtesy of Alexis Nyer from Delaware State, firing 296. So Alexis, a member of Junior Team USA in 2018, we'll see how she was faring after 2. So Alexis 163, 199 to start, so at 362, so 296 will definitely be a big swing in the standings. So while we ran down that information, got a little bit closer to finishing up here for game 3 on 31 and 32. So a nice 218 for Michaela Lancioni from Concordia. Sarah Prince from Bowling Green State. 176 in the books. Casey Smith from Sacred Heart picks up the spare. She can get to 153. Brianna Marquis from Indiana Tech. Already a spare in the 10th frame. Strike can get her to 184. Duquesne's Lauren Mayberry will be up next on 31. Working on a double, looking to find some late momentum here. Jennifer Nguli from Felician College will be up, or it says college on the lane schedule, but it says university on the back of the shirt, so we'll go with university. Jennifer working on a spare, can get to 191. There's a 1 strike in the books. Cassidy Powers from Duquesne will wrap things up. She was sitting in the top 7 after 2 games. Can still salvage 180 if she's able to find a few strikes. 9th frame underway on 29 and 30. Laura Branch going to be up on 30 in a moment, working on a double. Question about McKenna Luganbill in the chat from Indiana Tech. She was at 390 after 2 games. So 42 pins out of the number after 2. But as we saw, Alexis Nyer shooting 296. We can definitely have a whole lot of moving and shaking going on in the standings. This big game can quickly jump, especially in a shorter format like 6 games. The momentum swings, got to manage them. Or to make that top 7 specifically here in Stratford. to be a part of the top 24 overall. Make your way to Sun Valley Lanes in Lincoln, Nebraska next month.
There's one right here.
I did foul, so
There's a shirt.
it was
Try it.
like I was like this much over, then I killed my foot. Still over. Hey Mag.
Question about Jessica Sufelt. Jessica's at 319 after 2 games.
Foul, she was doing all right. Well, 2 of them she didn't foul. One, the last one she put it aside. And she spared, She's doing great though. I mean, I'm impressed. I mean, I told Randy, I'm impressed with his last.
I just gotta keep it going. I'm not doing bad. I had to change balls.
Zach, one piece.
I would have been good if I was anywhere else.
Don't lose that. Hold that every time.
All right, 10th frame underway on 29 and 30. Samantha DeMarco from Penn State University Park in the books, 145. Rebecca Armand from Sacred Heart, 189. Hannah Davis from Urbana, finding some struggles here. At the end of game 3, Laura Branch. There's a nice shot to kick off her 10th frame. Vasari sitting in the top 7. Can get to 226. Gabrielle Gontarek from Sacred Heart will be up next to finish her 10th frame over on lane 30, working on a strike. She can get to 174. Alexis Case from Kutztown, player at 29 and D spot, will have the honor of finishing things up on 29-30 for game 3. Taylor Sturm from Notre Dame, Ohio. And finish up with 181. Nice finish there from Gabriel, all three in the 10th. Final four for 174. Laura Branch leads the way with 224 from RIT. Competition underway in game 4 on 31 and 32 already underway. Alexis unable to lean on the 10, her second shot of the 10th. She can cover to get to 194. Taylor finishes up 181. So we're all done in game 3. Game 4 officially now underway. Sounded like we had a 300 game shot in Dallas, according to our good friend Zach Barton. So we'll see about perhaps seeing about what kind of video coverage we got of that. As we prepare for game 4 here in Stratford, New Jersey. Very cozy here in Stratford. Parents out in full force. Many sitting right next to me right now. It's great to see the support of the parents coming out as these competitors may be in their final tournament. For the seniors out there, this could be it. A great opportunity to reflect on what I'm sure was quite a memorable collegiate career. A lot of friends, a lot of the country scene. So for those seniors out in the field, we wish them best of luck. Obviously, we hope to see them next month in Lincoln, Nebraska at the ITC or ISC, but if we don't, we wish them well in their future endeavors as they move on to the next stages in life. Everyone hang tight. We'll try to keep you updated, see about coming along with scores from around the country. We have them on site here. So we'll read those off once again. You see a few comments in the chat. We'll be more than happy to give you an update. We won't have another update till after Game 4, so we won't have anything new through 3. If those get up online, we'll be sure to let you know. Game 4 now underway over on 29 and 30 as well. So everyone hang tight and settle in. 3 more games to go here on Bowl TV for continued coverage of the 2018 Intercollegiate Singles Championships Sectional Qualifier.
I'm so sorry.
We have a confirmed report from the Dallas sectional that Ashton Anderson of Newman rolled a perfect game. So nice bowling, Ashton. Congratulations. Definitely an effort that will help her spot in the standings. To be fair, she could be leading already. I haven't even checked Dallas yet, so let's see. Dallas is through 2 games. Ashton was a little bit further down in the standings. I mean, definitely not out of it, but probably top 25, top 20. She is at 387, it appears, through 2 games. I'm not sure if that was game 3 or game 4. The cut through 2 games in Dallas was 419. High score was 451, so definitely an opportunity to make a big jump there. Once again, bowl.com/sectionals, the place to find information on everything ISC and ITC sectional related. You can also find that link if you go down into the description area. Next to results and more. It's exactly that, results and more. Joining us here in Game 4 over on 29 and 30. Once again, if this is the first time you're joining us for today, you see A, B, C, D, E, F, G up there. Each player is represented by a letter, so we will associate the letter with the player. 29A is Elizabeth Slane from Toledo University. 29B is Ariana Woodrow from Adrian College. 29C is Taylor Angrisano from Muskingum. 29D, Kaylee McMaster from Delaware State. 30E, Alyssa Classert from Sacred Heart. 30F, Ashley Gerwin from Toledo. And 30G from Kutztown, Felicia Travail. Moving over to 31 and 32. 31A is Amanda Scharf from Caldwell. 31B from Concordia. We welcome Caitlin DeForest. 31C from Kutztown, Dana Henry. 31D from Mount Aloysius. I might have said that wrong, so please let me know. Brooke Edelman. 32E is Brianna Jordan from Weber International. 32F, Anissa Martin from Castleton. Anissa up on lane 31 right now. And Alicia Noon from Notre Dame, Ohio. 32G rounds out our 7 players on 31 and 32. Kevin, I don't quite understand your question in the chat. Technically, for the singles portion, there is no tomorrow. There's only April 17th and 18th, and then hopefully the 21st as well in Lincoln, Nebraska. So from our field, we will cut down, I think we're right around the 175 mark here as well. We're pretty close to it. So from that field, we will cut down to the top 7. They will advance to the ISCs in April. But for the rest of the weekend, we will be focusing on team competition. Looking for the 4 men's teams and 4 women's teams from Stratford, Smyrna, Fairview Heights, and Dallas to advance to the ITCs. So the next 2 days will be a total of 64 Baker games, 32 a day. Right here on Bowl TV, as well as Inside Bowling for the Smyrna event. So no matter what school you're following or cheering for, odds are they'll be on Bowl TV or Inside Bowling at some point throughout the course of the weekend. We will have the men and the women bowl at the same time. So essentially this will be the split for the house. Women on 31 and 32 and moving right. The men on 29 and 30 to the left.
he does. That you go.
Oh yeah, I probably did. Probably judging everything I do. What does Dad say? What does he say? Jack is maybe this will help.
We have moved into the 9th frame over on 31 and 32. A few frames behind on 29 and 30. Most pairs around us 8th, 9th frame right now, so it should be a pretty quick transition into game number 5 once they finish up. Just a reminder, bowl.com/sectionals, your one-stop shop for everything related to this weekend, both the singles and the team competition. You can find everything you need right there. We'll have a recap story available when we're all said and done across all 4 spots. That'll be available on bowl.com. Of course, we'll link it to social media as well. The Sport of Bowling USBC on Facebook, at USBC on Twitter. So you can get the full rundown, all the names as well, in one more place. Having a pretty nice game put together, one pair to our right, courtesy of Taylor Smith from St. Francis, New York. Stepping up in the 10th in a moment here. She will be looking to strike out to get to 249. Brianna Jordan getting ready for her 10th frame on 32. Max score 229. Make it 4 strikes in a row to our left. Kaylee McMaster from Delaware State. Showing a little emotion after that one. She is at 374 after 2 games, so not sure what she shot in game 3, but she keeps striking. She'll be in pretty good shape. Potentially making a late run here to push into that top 7. Once again, the breakdown for the women to make their 24 players advancing to the ISCs here in Stratford. 7 players will advance. 7 will also advance in Fairview Heights, Illinois. Total of 6 women in Smyrna will make their way to Lincoln, Nebraska, and 4 from Dallas. So Dallas, 4 for the men, 4 for the women. Was the smallest of all the sectionals, so the requirement is at least 4 players from each sectional, and then based off of the amount of entries, it will determine who gets those extra spots. So you mentioned at Stratford, nearly a sold-out house at both, or for both the men and the women. So we are at the biggest event here as far as players advancing. 7 from both the men's and the women's side. Pretty cool, I must say. Amanda Scharf from Caldwell finishes with a 146. Brianna Jordan from Weber, 217. Anissa Martin from Castleton, 161. Caitlin DeForest from Concordia cleans up the spare. Caitlin can finish up with 166 with a strike on her fill ball. Alicia Noon from Notre Dame, Ohio gets the first one in the 10th. Still has 193 available out there. I believe Alicia just missed the all-tournament team at the Hoosier Classic just a few weeks ago. So knows she was bowling well. It's nice to have a little bit of momentum heading into the postseason. Got to look that up to make sure. She did make the all-tournament team, finishing 4th overall at the Hoosier for her 6-game block, including a big 268 finish. To earn that spot in the top 4. Second shot of the 10th coming up for Felicia Travail from Kutztown. Oh, excuse me, I was looking at the wrong pair. Felicia's over on 29-30. That is Dana Henry, who is making her second shot in the 10th, delivering that strike, and actually had that fall, so they can go ahead and so we'll get that score changed. She'll finish with 181. But they'll need to reset for Brooke Edelman, though. Gave her a foul to kick things off. Alicia Noon finishes with 189. All right, we've made up some time on 29 and 30. Getting ready to start their 10th frame. Elizabeth Slane was working on a nice string of strikes. Lefty 4-7 her first shot in the 10th. Could get to 209. Alyssa Classert from Sacred Heart cleans up her spare. Can get to 178. Nice shot there from Brooke, the 7-pin. Very, very stubborn. She can cover it up, get to 180 still. 209 finish for Elizabeth Slane from Toledo. Ariana Woodrow from Adrian. Can clean up her single pin, get to 153. Ashley Gerwin from Toledo. Gonna make it 2 in a row in the 10th frame. Sees that one cross over though. She can pick up the spare, get to 145. Taylor from Muskingum. Her first shot of the 10th, leaves a 7-pin. Still has 183 out there. Felicia from Cootstown. Up her 10th frame, up on lane 30. Seven pin just not agreeing here on our featured pairs at the moment. Kaylee McMaster from Delaware State putting together a nice game, can finish it off and get to 236 with a couple of strikes. Looks like we're ready to go for game 5 on 31 and 32. We should have an update of scores. After everyone around the house, it finishes up game number 4. Claudia in the chat. I feel I'm speaking very freely about the opinions of the PWBA staff members, but I'm sure they would enjoy an opportunity to have an event in Hawaii. Who wouldn't? That would be all right. But the PWBA season less than 50 days away from kicking off. First event's going to be in Las Vegas, April 26th through the 28th at the South Point Bowling Plaza. So be sure to keep track of all the upcoming events. PWBA.com, PWBA Tour on Facebook, at PWBA Tour on Twitter as well. Emil Williams Jr. will be heading out to each and every stop. Check out the action on Extra Frame. Of course, a little different twist to the PWBA this year is that all finals will be concluded in the house they started at. So we'll have some Extra Frame on, or Bowl TV on Extra Frame, excuse me, finals for a few events, and CBS Sports Network finals for others. So definitely will be fun to follow the many storylines throughout the course of the season. Will Liz Johnson make it 4 years in a row as Player of the Year? No one has been tougher since the relaunch. For many of these young competitors out here, you know, the PWBA might be their next step after graduation and moving on after they get that college degree in hand. Certainly some strong names who are seniors across the country, notably our defending NCBCA Player of the Year and ISC champion Sydney Brummett at Wichita State. Certainly would not be surprised to see her make an impact after she finishes up her final year at Wichita State. On the NCAA side, Julia Bond. Another strong candidate who we've seen compete at events like the U.S. Women's Open and Masters and find success, so would not be surprised to see her quickly have that transition to the next level as well. She concludes her career at Nebraska. Game 5 now underway. Both of our pairs moving right along. 2 games to go before we know our 7 players from Stratford advancing to the next round. So hang tight. As soon as we get scores, we'll let you know. We'll get to meet our players in just a moment. But thanks again for joining us here on Bowl TV for continued coverage of the 2018 ISC and ITC sectional qualifiers taking place across 4 spots in the United States. We're in Stratford, New Jersey at 30 Strikes Bowling Center. Also on Bowl TV this weekend, going right now, over in Dallas, Craig Elliott with Bowlstream TV, and Emil Williams Jr. at Fairview Heights, Illinois. And over on Inside Bowling, Mike Flanagan and Matt Gasson in the booth at the Smyrna, Tennessee sectional. So your favorite players, your favorite teams, your favorite schools, we got them all here, Bowl TV and Inside Bowling, throughout the course of the weekend. So please be sure to take a visit, say hello to everyone. Be sure to give that thumbs up, a click below the video, and of course, please, please, please subscribe to both Bowl TV as well as Inside Bowling while you're at it if you're over there watching Smyrna. All right, good folks. We're back here. Bowl TV Game 5 of 6. Women's qualifying here at the ISC Sectional qualifier in Stratford, New Jersey. Thanks to my man Zach Barton in Dallas, we got a video of Ashton Anderson's final shot of her 300 game, which took place at USA Bowl in Dallas, Texas. Ashton representing Newman University, recent winners at the 2018 Hoosier Classic, the final Tier 1 event. The 2017-2018 season leading into the postseason here. So we just got that video posted at USBC on Twitter, the Sport of Bowling USBC on Facebook. So take a minute, check that out. We got the final shot only, but it's a good one. So definitely worth taking the time, checking it out. Give it a like and a share. Maybe a congratulations or two to Ashton as well. So that video is posted. As soon as we get some standings, we'll give you a recap through Game 4 here in Stratford, New Jersey. Now let's take a moment and meet our competitors joining us on lanes 29 through 32. Once again, for those of you who have not been with us all day, on the scoreboards up there at the top of the screen, each player is represented by A, B, C, D, E, F, or G. So on 29A from Urbana, we have Shauna Lambert. 29B is Samantha DeLong from Delaware State. 29C, Allison Hosier from Urbana. 29D, Megan Lambert from Schenectady. 30E is Morgan Walsh, excuse me, from Medialley. I might have said that wrong. If so, please correct me. Jennifer Fitz from Kutztown is 30F. And Madison Miller from Caldwell is 30G. So those are the folks bowling on 29 and 30. Moving over to 31 and 32. 31A is Alyssa Zoller from Bowling Green State. 31B, Quinn Hodson from Schenectady. We have Alyssa up on lane 32 right now. .31C is Mackenzie Heimlich from Urbana. 31D, Muskingum's Summer Finley. .32E is Michelle Bello from Mount Aloysius. Another one I potentially said quite poorly. 32F, Alyssa Reskis from Indiana Tech. And unfortunately, player 32G did not have a roster spot to start. At least it wasn't listed on the list, so we'll see if we can properly track down. or based off of all the 8 spares up there, might actually be a missing bowler, absent bowler. Alyssa from Indiana Tech working on 4 in a row, stepping up on lane 32, looking to add 1 more to the collection. Just looking for a little help there. Leaves the 9. And we now have a standings available after 4 games. Don't believe online yet, but here in person. Just hand delivered. So we're at another instance where if you want to leave some names in the comments, we'll be more than happy to list off where folks are in the standings. But Alexis Nyer from Delaware State, we mentioned, had a big 296 game in game 3, has vaulted to the top of the standings with 890. Back that up with 232 in game 4. Jenna Harrington from Franklin Pierce sits in second with 869. Laura Branch from RIT, we had her in game 3, 847. Michaela Lancioni from Concordia, 842 in fourth. On our future pair, Mackenzie Heimlich from Urbana, 841. Olivia Cabildo from Siena Heights remains in the top 7, 836. And Carson Lukosius from Fairleigh Dickinson moves into the top 7 with 833. Her last 2 games, 267 and 223 to make the big move. The first player out at the moment, Marissa Carey from Indiana Tech, 827. Olivia Laird from Delaware State, 822. And Olivia Farwell from Duquesne, 820, rounds out your top 10. Once again, here in Stratford, 7 players making it to ISCs in Lincoln, Nebraska. $174 players in the field, so a total of 13 players plus. Excuse me, 14 players plus or better. So, pattern unknown. It's proven tricky through 4 as we hit the latter portion of game 5. Question in the chat from Brenda, Jennifer Kelly from Adrian. Currently sits in 30th place, 766. So 67 pins out of the cut. Just gonna drop those names in the comment section. I'll let you know until we get do our best to track those down. We'll let you know as soon as they're online as well. So Mackenzie is 31C on our featured pair to the right. It's again representing Urbana. Put together another nice game here, sitting in 5th place overall, 841. Pretty consistent effort across the day too, 197, 207, 222, and 215.
So, nice shot. You want me to stay here now? I saw that. That was great. That was a great shot, Summer. Everything looked good. Come on. Finish strong for me. For yourself. However you want to put it.
Wes Zoller from Bowling Green finishes 113. Michelle Bello, 180. Quinn Hodson, 139. Mackenzie is going to be up on lane 32 momentarily. It's Alyssa from Indiana Tech. Starts off her 10th frame. And Mackenzie's been pretty solid. Sits in 5th place right now with 2 to go. Comes in a little bit light, leaves the 2-4-8. But can put together another plus game here with the spare. Kind of base off that scoring pace. And I think if you're just adding on to it, you're already in. That might just be enough. Of course, with scores being a little bit tighter, someone going 250, 260 in that final game. Oh, wow. That is a tough break there. Did not expect that ball to deflect quite like that. Finishes with 195. Still going to be in pretty good shape with 1 to go. Of course, would like that spare. Nonetheless, but with scores being so fairly close outside of the cut line, can arguably go down to 26th place for players within 60 pins with 2 games left to go. That if someone's able to find a 250, a 260, not necessarily both games, just one game, with maintaining in the other. That might be enough to potentially shake things up, move into one of those coveted spots in the top 7. Summer Finley's going to finish up here, covers up the single pin. She can get to 171, just about ready for the 10th frame over on 29:30. Final few shots of the 9th. Shauna Lambert has finished up her 10th frame, 154 for Urbana. Morgan Walsh leaves the bucket on her first shot of the 10th. Can get to 167 with the cover. Samantha DeLong from Delaware State up on 30, working in the spare. It's going to have a chance. Kicks the 10 out. She can get to 172. Carson Lukosh is going to be coming to our featured pair on 31 and 32 for Game 6. I mentioned she had a strong performance in Games 3 and 4 to move into the top 7. See if she can keep that going here on Bowl TV. Coming up next, come on, 5-pin. The nickel does not fall for Samantha. She can get to 162 now. Jennifer Fitz from Kutztown up for her 10th frame now on lane 29. She missed the head pin to the right, but can still get to 205 with the conversion. And covers the spare, so 200 game still out there. Clean 200 game. Allison Hosier from Urbana up on 30, working on a spare. She has 176 out there, attacking the lanes from the left side and leaves the 4. Drops her max score to 165. Madison Miller up on 29, leaves the baby split to kick off her 10th frame. Megan Lambert gonna send all 10 back to kick off her 10th frame on 30. She can get to 193 still. Max score for Madison 149, and unable to convert. That's gonna lower it into the 130s. Once again, one more game to go here on Bowl TV in Stratford. But if you haven't got enough action here from Bowl TV or Inside Bowling, after we finish up Game 6, I'm sure there will be opportunities still to check out Smyrna and Fairview Heights. Dallas might be done about the same time we are, if not quicker. Had a few less players in the pair, with that being a smaller sectional. So they cruised pretty quickly earlier today. But at the end of the day, bowl.com will be the place to be to get the full recap. We'll share that on social media as well. Sport of Bowling USBC on Facebook, at USBC on Twitter. And now ready for Game 6. Already underway on 31 and 32. Our competitors look like they're ready to go on 29 and 30. So our final game coming up next here on Bowl TV. All right, folks. Game 6 underway. Both of our featured pairs right now. We will finish up Game 6 and turn the cameras off for the day here in Stratford. But the place to be to see what the final 7 end up being for the women's block will be bowl.com/sectionals. It takes a little while to process the scores, everything being done by hand here at 30 strikes. So just with the manual entry, it just involves a little more time, double checking. But we'll have that recap later tonight, but be sure to keep an eye bowl.com/sectionals for more information. We'll take the opportunity to meet our players joining here for our final game of the day. The pair to our left, 29A, is Rebecca Edelman from Chestnut Hill College. And we had a few folks asking about Jennifer Kelly in the chat. She's joining us from Adrian, 29B on the scoreboard. 29C is Kaylee Johnson from Concordia. 29D is Krista Schultz from Weber International. 30E, Jennifer Desagno from Malloy. Kelly Skalaki is 30F from Weber International. And Angela Gale from Notre Dame, Ohio, 30G. Are your 7 competitors on 29 and 30. Right now up on lane 31 in the 31B spot is Emma Catone from St. Francis, New York. She's joined by Jenna Harrington of Franklin Pierce as 31C. Victoria Dodo from Malloy College is 31D. Carson Lukosius, as we mentioned, in the top 7, entering game number 4. She shot 190 in game 5. So she's still definitely in the mix with one final game to go, working on a double. Representing Fairleigh Dickinson, Carson is a 32E. 32F we did not have in the original standing, so all right, a correction from the crowd for Victoria, 31D. Good information, good information. She actually attends at St. Francis Brooklyn, not Malloy College, so we had an error in there. 32G is Raven Cooper from Urbana. I believe the player we're missing is from Siena Heights, but I do not have her name at the moment. And there's one player we haven't mentioned yet. She's actually up on lane 32 right now. Jordan Stone from Adrian is celebrating a birthday today. So happy 20th birthday, Jordan. See if she can pick up the wash out here to help celebrate. Big three-bagger there for Lukosius.
One time. Come on, Mark, I'll come back. Let's go.
Add one more to the standout from Fairleigh Dickinson. We got the opportunity to see her a little bit earlier this year at the Prairie View A&M Classic back in, when was that? That was January, late January, at the ITRC in Arlington, Texas. Anchored that night squad and threw a lot of big shots along the way as well. All right, and our one bowler who we did not have a name for on the roster appears to be Tanisha Townsend from Siena Heights. So we now got our introductions done. She's bowling, representing 32F on the scoreboard. It's definitely tough to make an accurate guess at what that final cut number is going to be. Obviously, the folks following their players kind of know the recap. Got an idea through 4 here, scrolling on site. Definitely got to be a different type of environment. 174 players in the field, only 7 making it. And with the scoring pace being fairly low, only 14 players plus through 4 games. As we mentioned a little bit earlier, the possibility of 250 or 260 for someone who could be 20 spots back of the number at the moment might be enough when it's all said and done. So we'll have to wait and see how that pans out. But for a player like Carson, at plus at 23 overall, I feel pretty confident with a 220 game here, getting a plus 43 to potentially be enough. Looking around, at least our featured pairs here, nothing too crazy going on. Most pairs, though, still 6th, 7th frame right now. So speculation and assumption at the moment. Carson actually made a ball change fairly early in this game. There's been aces ever since, 5 in a row. Had an up and down day, 180, 163 to start, but the big 267 and 223 in games 3 and 4. Helping her make her move in the standings. Franklin Pierce's Jenna Harrington. .31C on the scoreboard. Sitting in 2nd place overall, 869, so be interested to see what she had for her 5th game as well. potentially in a position as well. Plus 69 through 4. She was able to grind out a 2-0, 190, and stay around there and be able to do the same here. Once again, I think that's a number that might end up being safe when we're all said and done. Late 8-pin stops Carson's run at 5 consecutive strikes. Pretty good shot there from Jenna Harrington. Need just a tad more push. On a 187 pace right now. It's again without knowing game 5. Kind of hard to tell if she's needing to find a late double here, get to a 2-0, 190. Maybe with the game 5, just trying to stay out of trouble, fill some frames, and make her way to Lincoln, Nebraska. For those of you planning to join us for team competition, we'll be starting here in Stratford at 8:30 a.m. Eastern tomorrow morning with the first of 16 Baker games. Should go relatively quick. We'll have a quick lunch break in between and be back at it for games 17 through 32 at approximately 1:45 p.m. Eastern. Add an hour to the start time for Smyrna, Fairview Heights, and Dallas. Since they are in the central time zone, we're in the east here in Stratford. Trouble for Carson in the 9th frame, 6-7 split. Nice shot from Jenna, setting up the 10th.
Let's go. One time. Let's go. First one.
8th frame underway on 29 and 30. 10th frame action. Ready to kick off on 31 and 32. Big opening shot here. Carson Lukosius gets the first one. 225 would put her at plus a 48. I think that might be enough to sneak in. It's gonna have a chance to get up the hill. Rings the 10. Good shot. Cover, she will finish up at plus a 38 for the event. Have to patiently wait out the final scores.
All right.
.215 finish for Carson Lukosius. Anisha Townsend from Siena Heights, excuse me. Finishes with a 170. Urbana's Raven Cooper can still get to 220. She's able to convert to 3.610. Emma Catone from St. Francis, New York, putting together a pretty nice game here. Finishes off with a 2.29. Emma, another player who was definitely in the mix, was even after 4 games. So depending on what she did in game 5, another player who could be sneaking into the number. So it seems like this grouping on 31 and 32 definitely saw something out there and worked together. Nice shot from Jenna Harrington, Franklin Pierce University. Going to go out on a limb and say Jenna continued her steady performance in game 5. Seems pretty cool, calm, and collected right now. I think just solidifying her spot in the top 7 once again. We only get updates after every 2 games, so good to do a little guessing and speculating. But it's the postseason. She's going to be in the 190s, 195 with the conversion. Just getting the 10th frame going over on 29 and 30. So Victoria Dodo from St. Francis, Brooklyn will finish things up here on 31 and 32 for us. Leaves a 610. She can get to 169. A very nice 235 from Rebecca Edelman of Chestnut Hill College. Finish up her qualifying block. Jennifer Kelly from Adrian makes it 3 consecutive strikes. She can finish up with 181. Jennifer Isogno from Malloy. Her final shot, get to 151. Kaylee Johnson from Concordia is going to be up on 29. Kelly Skalaki from Weber on 30.
I'm shaking. Going with it.
Nice shot there from Kelly. First shot of the 10th. She can still get to 204. Kaylee has a max of 176. Krista Schultz and Angela Gale will wrap up competition here on Bowl TV, and looks like we still have one or two pairs going on, not quite around us, but so this will not be final pair done, but pretty close to it, so we should have scores hopefully fairly quickly after this is all said and done. Of course, bowl.com/sectionals, the place to be for all of that and more. Of course, hopefully, if you want some more bowling action, you're going to go over, this is Mike Flanagan and Matt Gasson in Smyrna on Inside Bowling, or maybe Emil Williams Jr. in Fairview Heights on Bowl TV. Sounds like Texas is all done. Craig Elliott putting together a fine day of work. Weber's Krista Schultz already has a strike in the 10th. She can get to 191. Angela Gale from Notre Dame, Ohio. 3 strikes would get her to 165. So just a reminder for everyone still hanging on for these final few shots. If you're interested in continued coverage of the 2018 ITC sectional qualifier, we're going to start that up tomorrow, 8:30 a.m. Eastern. Both the men and the women will be qualifying at the same time. So right here on Bowl TV, these pairs here in Stratford will be the split. Guys to the left, girls to the right. Of course, Smyrna, Fairview Heights, and Dallas will be about an hour behind our start time, so that'll be 9:30 a.m. Eastern, 8:30 local time at those 3 venues: Bowl TV, Inside Bowling, Prestige Worldwide. Be sure to subscribe to both channels. Show some love as you conclude today, and of course, once again, full recaps can be found at bowl.com/sectionals, as well as at bowl.com at the end of the night. Be sure to keep an eye on Facebook and Twitter, the Sport of Bowling USBC, and at USBC for that recap until we know all of our contestants, 24 men and 24 women, making their way to Lincoln, Nebraska for the ISCs coming up next month in April. So that's going to conclude our coverage here in Stratford. A big shout out to the great staff here at 30 Strikes, making sure this tournament ran smoothly. Joe and his crew, top notch. Big fan in my short time I spent here. We talked a little bit during the break about him hanging the banners up, and unfortunately we can't see them all, but he did a great job showing off all the sponsors this week. Columbia 300, Ebonite, Rotogrip, Track, Storm, Hammer, and of course Kegel, our official lane maintenance provider. John Janowitz here bright and early. Oiling lanes, making sure everything was cool and good to go. One of the greats, Patrick Polash, our tournament director, who's rapidly, let's go with rapidly, since I can say that more better. It's rapidly inputting scores so everyone will know who is advancing here out of Stratford. All the volunteers he had running scores as well, thanks to them. And of course to all of our guys at the other sites, Smyrna, Dallas, Fairview Heights, Emil Williams Jr., Craig Elliott, Mike Flanagan, Matt Gasson, Zach Barton, Gary Brown, Brendan Cruz, and Steve Lawson. Thank you all for your hard work, for making this such a great day, great weekend for these student athletes and collegiate bowling. So I have nothing else to say. So that's going to wrap it up here from Stratford, New Jersey. I'm Aaron Smith with USBC Communications. Thanks again for stopping by. And we will see you tomorrow morning, 8:30 a.m. Eastern, for team qualifying. That's going to do it for today. Have a fantastic evening, and we'll see you soon right here on Bowl TV.